Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I forgot to turn something on. Oh, there we go. That's better. It's December, so therefore we got to turn on the accoutrements. Also, let's see who we have in the chat. We have Thomas Armstrong, beep. We have Francois, meep. We have Jeremy of Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack, peep. Francois pointing out it is just in time. Yes, it is. I had to carry stuff downstairs. We have One Bit Fever Dreams. Zeep. We have Mike's Future Retro. Thought we were starting at 9. That was a deviation for last Tuesday. And for, the next 2 weeks. I gotta sort out my streaming schedule next week because next Tuesday is Christmas Eve and the following Tuesday is New Year's Eve. And those are probably bad nights to try to stream on because I will have fewer viewers. So I will probably shift my Tuesday streams to Monday the next 2 weeks, just so I'm not streaming on New Year's Eve or Christmas Eve. And we've got Any Bit Fever Dreams is also here. Haha. All right, let's see here. Well, I've got the December tip jar. The coffee link is in the description. The tip jar is feeling a little low tonight, but, well, as you are able, I am always glad if you are here and participating. That is number one. All right. New Year's Eve, you'll get Mac84 streaming a countdown as usual. Yep, that is probably the case. That is the other thing. Mac84 usually does a countdown stream on New Year's Eve, so I will yield to him. So I will probably stream the next 2 Mondays. The Thursday streams, though, I think are okay, because that's going to be, what, the 26th? That'd be Boxing Day and the day after New Year's Eve, so, or day after New Year's Day, so we're fine at that point. So Thursday streams are unaffected. Also, the Monday streams, I am thinking, since I will be off work, I am thinking of starting a little earlier than usual as well. Anyways, I want to, here I am rip-roaring to open this box up here. So, it is customary that, unless I have a reason to swap the order of the two, we will first go to things you all have sent me, and we have this box, not from Target, or Target as the case may be, depending on if you want to call them a fancy name or non-fancy name, but this box is not from Target, but is from Retro Tech Chris. Because yes, this is things you all have sent me. I'm also opening the box upside down, so yeah, we'll see what's in here. Although, spoiler alert, I think I already know what's in here, but I've also sort of forgotten what's in here. Because Chris sent me a list of items and asked if I wanted anything before he released it to the wild. So anyways, what do we have in here? We've got bubble wrap, because yes! Alright. We start off with some graphics cards. So I think you all have probably seen this one before on my channel, because I had borrowed this one from Retro Tech Chris, and then he decided it was time to pass it along. So my first reply was, well, I'm going to go through your list and make sure I don't have some of it already, but I want the Realtek video card. I don't even need to check on that. So, yes, we have this wonderful Realtek video card. This will come in handy in the future. Any bit. Michael saying 16-bit. Wow, who needs that many? Oh, I think 16-bit is probably being generous for this card. It wouldn't surprise me if it only uses 8 bits for video. And the second card, we have an Acumoss AVGA2. Yeah. So you might know this better as the Cirrus Logic CLGD 5402. Because, yeah, they bought Acumoss. Cirrus Logic bought Acumoss and rebranded their existing chipset. So, or at least I think that's the story. Jeremy says, okay, so Francois says Realtek made video chips. Yeah, apparently they did, at least at one point. Jeremy says, the worst VGA card ever, even worse than a Trident. The Realtek card, that is, Jeremy says. Yes. Yeah, and you thought I was a connoisseur of bad video cards, so of course I told Chris I wanted the bad video card. Oh, also, spoiler alert, the Acumoss AVGA2 isn't that much better. It's actually a pretty lousy video card as well. Alright, and the next thing we have is ooh, this is actually quite a heavy bag. Francois says, at least they tried. At least they tried to, yeah. Alright, we have, oh yeah, okay. This is actually quite a heavy thing. I'm going to let you all have a little bit of chat engagement to try to figure out what these are. I did kind of spoil the corner. So there you go. Your best guesses as to what that is. It is kind of heavy. That's the clue. And we'll go on to the rest of the things. So we'll come back to that after you all have a chance to guess. All right. Michael says the breadboard VGA card from Ben Eater is hard to beat. Yeah. Jeremy says the only saving grace for the Realtek card is that if you know it works, it will help post an unknown motherboard. And Jeremy's guess is a Pentium 60. I'm not going to spoil it just yet. All right. Next, we have... Ooh. All right. Oh, with a heatsink. All right. We have a Pentium 2 333. I know it's hard to read, but I did not have this particular speed grade, this particular speed. So when I saw Chris had one, I said, yeah, I would like one. I like have a bunch of values around it, but I didn't have a 333. So, any bit says just into a wire wrap VGA card. I might have to sometime. Jeremy's asking, how many of those do you really want? I don't need many more of them, Jeremy. I just only noticed I had a gap and I didn't have a 333. So that's the only reason I took Chris up on his offer. Oh, I think Chris might have thrown in a, oh, that's right. I think Chris had some things set aside for me. So we have a Lenovo mouse. Excellent. It is USB, but very cool. It's always handy to have an extra mouse or two. Actually looks fairly new. Oh, okay, I know what that is. And the next item, which I couldn't turn down because I always thought these were cool, a golden orb heatsink. This actually has some heft to it. Oh, and it's actually a thermal take. Yes, always good when it's the thermal take and not the thermal give, because the thermal give is not going to help your CPU. The thermal take will, though. Oh, that's really cool. I will definitely have to find an appropriate build for this. I always thought these heatsinks looked so cool, and it is very clean, too. Yeah, Michael says, "Ba-dum." Yeah, it is for socket 7, 370, and 462. Yes. That was a bonus. But anyways, and before we get to the mystery item, Chris had some memory, and so I asked him for... There we go. Oh! Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Ooh. I just realized something here. Okay, those are 8 megabyte EDOs. Those are going to be 8 megabyte EDOs. Those are going to be 8 megabyte EDOs. Those are not 8 megabyte EDOs. Hey, we got Mac 84 Steve. Yeep. Michael says, I see mem test in your future. Yes. All right, now you're probably wondering how in the world I very quickly summed up that this is not 8 megabytes, and I will get to what size it is here momentarily because you are probably wondering. Anyways, I think pretty much 72-pin sims follow a pattern almost always, unless they're like a modern reproduction or are using like... So if you've got a standard 8, 9, 16, or 18 chip 72-pin sim, they follow a pattern. I'm not going... If you've got one that's like 4 chips or 6 chips or some odd number, it may not follow this rule. But if you have a single-sided sim, it is going to be it's going to be a 1 megabyte, a 4 megabyte, a 16 megabyte, or a 64 megabyte sim. And if you have a double-sided sim, it is going to be a 2 megabyte, an 8 megabyte, a 32 megabyte, or 128 megabytes. Because the way they worked, they alternate single, double, single, double, single, double. I'm pretty sure that rule for at least vintage 72-pin memory that has 8, 9, 16, or 18 chips, I think it pretty much follows that pattern. So I immediately knew when I saw these were single-sided, they're not 8 megabytes. Now, these, I'm pretty sure, are probably 8 megabytes. I mean, they could be some other value, but I don't have any reason to believe they're not. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is 8 megabytes because it's marked 2 by 32. So 2 megabytes by 32 bits, that is 8 megabytes. So that is 8. These are not marked as to a density, but looking at the chips on them, they are probably 8s as well. And then these have very old looking green labels that say 8 megs, so they probably are 8 megs as well. Now this one caught my eye. We may give these a try here tonight. I don't know if they'll work in the board we're going to use, but the other thing that caught my eye is it said 4 by 32. So if we take 4 megabits times 32 bits, these are actually 16 megabyte sims. So I'm holding 32 megabytes of, a whopping 32 megabytes of RAM in my hands. Ooh, look at that. All right, so we may give these a test tonight. These will not work in the Shuttle HOTMESS-419 motherboard, because the Shuttle HOTMESS-419 motherboard does not like double-sided sims. I have tried. It only likes single-sided ones. Go figure. 486s were weird like that. All right, and now let's get back to the mystery item. I think I had one guess. Thomas says, I just need a few bits. Jeremy says, what about 16 megabit times 4? That would be 8. Oh, okay, that math is hard to contemplate. I have to sit down and calculate that, Jeremy. Anyways, so Jeremy thought these were Pentium 60s, and he was kind of close. I mean, they are Pentium processors. They do have the nice grids of pins, and my camera is like way overexposing the exposure here. But there is just like one small little Jeremy. Yeah, as soon as I started revealing the pins, Jeremy realized his mistake. These are actually Pentium Pro processors, which is why they're so heavy. So, yes, I have a pair of Pentium Pro processors. Now, these are like the 180 megahertz 256K cache. So they're not the high-end processor that everyone likes to try to find. But Chris says, wow, hi, Chris. Yeah. Chris says, wow, that got there fast. Yes. Yeah, I got an email from UPS this morning, and it said that UPS is going to be in your neighborhood today, so you're going to get your package a day early. Jeremy says they came in 200 and maybe 233. Yeah, Chris says, I literally mailed that yesterday. Yes. And UPS was in my neighborhood, so they delivered it today. It didn't even have to wait for them to give it to the postal service. So yes, thank you, Chris. So I have the video cards. Got the video cards, and I got the RAM, I got the golden orb, and the Pentium Pros, and the RAM, and I even set some of the RAM aside because one of the pairs is, I think, 16 megabytes. So, yay. Chris says, I had those overclocked to 200. Excellent. So, someday, hopefully sooner rather than later, we will... Oh, yeah. Yeah, these ones here, the single-sided ones. Yeah, that's a pair of 16s. 4x32 is 16, so this is a pair of 16s. I could actually try these in the motherboard I'm going to be using tonight. I don't know if it'll like them, because I don't think it likes EDO memory, but we'll give it a try. Chris says, I didn't test those because it said EDO. But Chris says, but I did test the other ones, as you know. Yeah. Yep. So anyways, thank you, Chris. I will put these things to good use. These Pentium Pro processors, I will put in a safe spot, and I will not let the scalpers have them. Chris wanted to make sure they went to a good home. Because unfortunately, these Pentium Pros are... unfortunately, the scalpers like them because they have so much gold. But the sad thing is, they're really cool processors, so... yeah, they have their quirks and features. They're not that great when you run 16-bit code. But, I mean, hey, these are cool processors, and I will put them to good use. And Jeremy says, now I just need a dual socket 8 motherboard. Actually, I'm trying to remember where I saw one. That's why that's why I wanted both of them. Because I saw one the other day, but yeah, I got to get a server board for sure. If I remember where I saw one, I'm gonna. I saw one the other day. I thought I saved it somewhere, but I just have to figure out where I saw it. But anyways, and the golden orb, those are really cool. This actually, I probably will use this on an Athlon system because this has enough weight to it. This would keep an Athlon cool for sure, although it would look really cool on a socket 7 board too. Chris says, yeah, I just went through things yesterday and was like, I have too much stuff. Yeah. So anyways, thank you, Chris. I will put this all to good use. As always. Or, yeah, or he said, or recently. Anyways, I guess with that... Oh, hi, Christian Iverson. Welcome. Yes. Francois says, didn't Colin have that dual motherboard that didn't work with the Celerons? Oh, but slots. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Oh, hi, Jesse. Welcome. Jesse says, wait, you're going to use them? Every scalper, probably, yeah. Yeah, to a scalper, those, they're, using them means, abusing them. All right, I think now, I was waffling between doing it and not doing it. Gutbob says, yay, catching up to live at 2 speed. See you in 15 minutes, lol. Well, I'm seeing you now, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I know what you mean, Jason. All right, and on that note, I think it's about time for the following.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes with these titles anyway?
Yes, because apparently sometimes I can't stop the regrets from coming. And speaking of things that arrived early, this was not one of them. It was late. Anyways, I cannot fit this thing in frame. The box is too big. So anyways, if anyone wants to guess what in the world I might have bought that is in a box that will not fit on frame, you can guess in the chat. And I do have an idea in mind for this, so... Oh, Jason's already saying, if that's a VIC-20... Well, it could be a VIC-20. But what's to say that if I bought another VIC-20 that I would even dare put it on Wheel of Regrets? I might just, like, make that one of my private regrets. Alright. It says, oh. Thomas says, what model PS2? Yeah. Nope, it's not a PS2. I already have a PS2. I don't really see a need to have more than one PS2. Because I already don't really have time to play the one I have. It's just a Slim. It works great. I probably should recap it someday, but... If you want to talk about next level recapping, that would be the PS2 Slim. Because Sony put absolutely no capacitor legends on the board at all, so... Pretty much the entire recapping guide from Console 5 is giving you the quadrant of the board and what capacitors may or may not exist in that quadrant of the board. It's... Oh, that's right. That's why I haven't ordered a cap kit. And the board in my Slim is not covered by their cap kit. That's why I haven't ordered one. Okay, so I already see one grievance with the eBay seller. Once again, I have received an item with a single layer of bubble wrap. Thomas says, eBay peanuts. Christian says, what is a 286 motherboard? Well, this is not Jeopardy, but Anybit says it's a we see inside a huge box full of packing peanuts. Oh, hi, John. Welcome. John says, is it an IBM PS2 something or other? Michael says, you bought a 2FX for December. Oh, Jeremy just found the, probably the motherboard I already saw, and I don't, well, okay, that's not as expensive as I thought it was. my first objection with that motherboard is it belongs in a Dell. But anyways, I may have to figure out what Dell that came from. Oh, V-board found. Let's see here. Wait. Yeah, single layer of bubble wrap. Someone around here, Chris says, someone around here selling like 4 PS2 Model 50s. V-board found them. Yeah, I saw those on Facebook today. I saved the seller. One of them, I think, is a zero weight state PS2 Model 50. Alright. I may get a MCA system at some point. I just really haven't been fond of all the expenses that come along with having an MCA system. You have to pay more for everything. Even today. Chris says you're going to drive up here? Maybe. I don't know when. Oh, it's close to LNY. Yeah, I noticed. Oh, yeah. Jeremy says I gotta... Oh, there you go. You probably figure out what this is now, because... the thing is, like, wedged in, and... Wow. It looks more abused than I thought from the auction photos. Oh, there we go. Oh, lovely! Oh, not only is there a single layer of bubble wrap, but yeah, they added some, looks like they added some garbage for good measure. Gross. I don't often want to change gloves after Wheel of Regrets, but, yeah. I think there's a used chip bag in that box, and I don't mean integrated components. Chris says I got another compact LTE 5400 today. What's wrong with me? I think you, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I can't diagnose medical conditions or I don't know why people buy 5400s all the time. It could be because they're just really nice systems. Retrotech Chris says, oh, come on, Justin, you can diagnose me. Yeah. Well, Chris, I think you buy them because they are really cool systems, and I think we'll have an LTE stream coming up real soon. Anyways, I have a computer case for anyone that couldn't figure out, and this is like an interesting computer case, other than the fact that the 3.5-inch drive bracket is askew. But, okay, so it is dirty. And I don't have the keys for the key lock, but luckily it does look like it's in the unlocked position. It's got a turbo button and a hard drive button. And there's a case badge spot there. Oh. Jeremy says to Chris, are you trying to build a compact LTE museum? If so, then there is nothing wrong with you. Yeah. Jesse says, I'm trying to collect Cisco 3750 switching from around county buildings for trophies. Chris says, it's all Leo's fault. He posts them in the group, and I tell him if it doesn't sell, then reach out. And well, guess what? It didn't sell. Chris says it's more like a revolving museum. I have a lot. I've sent a lot of them out. Yeah. I have like at least two from Chris, although one is a repair challenge. So anyways, all right, we got 3 5.25-inch drive bays, 2 3.5-inch drive bays. But the reason that attracted me to this case This is an AT case, and it is black. And quite honestly, I don't remember there being many black AT cases. I mean, I knew there were some. I'm trying to look to see if any... Yeah, a black AT desktop case. And it was like... Oh, yeah, and the price was like... It wasn't like $400 bazillion is usually if someone realizes that they've got something that's not common. Oh... Because I like... I didn't really... Oh, yeah. Okay. Probably more than I like to spend on cases. But anyways. It's got a little rust on it. I'll have to do my usual rust treatment. I was trying to see if there was like a system spec on here that I could say what... I think this might have had a Pentium 3 board in it. Which, wow, that would have been a really late AT board. But I did know that there were slot 1 AT motherboards. That was like about the latest AT boards. Because it looks like it had the American Megatrends sticker on the back. It looks like... I'm having trouble reading it. Let me see if I can zoom into it, and maybe you all can... I don't know if you can tell. Jeremy says I got a socket 370 AT board somewhere. Well, that would be Pentium 3. I don't know that there were any Pentium 4 AT boards. I think by that point, pretty much ATX. If not due to the power requirements of it having that extra power connector. I cannot read what that says, not even on the... Because it looks like it's... I can't read this part of it, but this definitely says Atlas PCI 3. Which kind of leads me to believe it might have been a Pentium 3 board. But then again, it could have just been a... I want to say it says SBS 8400 Atlas PCI 3, but I can't really read it. Unfortunately, the other sticker, I don't think there's anything there to really tell what it was. But anyways, yeah, it is an black AT motherboard case. Let me catch up with the chat. Apparently, Christian says that chassis would make for a killer Core 2 Duo XP sleeper machine. Yeah, if only Core 2 Duo came in an AT motherboard. Chris says, I don't know what the heck happened to the second one I sent you. It worked when it left here. I'll have to go back and look why you sent it to me. I thought you sent me one that had a that it like had half the memory wasn't working or something like that. Chris is asking, did someone spray paint it? No, because the front panel is... I mean, if someone spray painted it, they then applied legends to the front of it. I mean, it could be painted. There is a little nick on the corner that's showing... that looks like there could be beige underneath it. But if it was painted, it was professionally done. Because those look like silkscreened legends on top of, if that is paint. So I will give kudos to whoever did it if it is painted, to answer your question. Jeremy says, in spite of laptops being smaller, I still don't want to collect many of them. I only really want the Epson 286 with a full 16-bit ISA slot in it. Gutbump says, wow, the timing. That box is big enough to be a VIC-20. Yes, fortunately for my reputation, it wasn't. Let's see here. Never seen a Pentium 2 and AT, some industrial stuff. Actually, I am watching, I actually have a Pentium 2 motherboard in my watch list, and it is not an industrial board as far as I can tell. That was at the end of AT motherboards, and I think the reason why a couple of manufacturers made them was to give folks that had an existing computer that was AT one last hurrah for an upgrade path before everything went to ATX. They are certainly some really weird boards. Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Oh, no, I'm not going to share it on stream because of one thing about it. Not that you can't find it if you search, but yeah, it is a slot 1 motherboard. And it's AT. It's like a baby AT motherboard. But yeah, it's like I think manufacturers did it. It's not a not one of the bigger name motherboards, but I think it was to give people an upgrade path. Jeremy says some 370 boards only supported the Celia wrongs. Yeah. Retrotech Chris says my Pentium Pro system is ATX but not ACPI. Yeah, you got to put something weird or rare in it. Oh yeah, Retrotech Chris I think remembers it had a washed out screen. Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, Gutbomb has a Pentium 2 AT board. There weren't many. Yeah, Chris says, okay, yeah, that's right. It wouldn't take extended memory. Jesse knows how that goes with Pentium 75s and 90s. Yeah, oh, and Chris was joking about the spray paint. Well, I don't know that it was spray paint, but it could have been painted. Gutbomb's live now. Yes. Jesse says, I recall moving a planet or two to find a 75 megahertz board that took extended memory. Gutbomb says, if you get the same board I had, Justin, the board is not good. I don't know that I'm going to get the board. I did add it to my watch list, though. Gutbomb's asking, is it a VIA chipset? Is it a VIA chipset? No. From the one very poor photo of the motherboard, it looks like it is an Intel chipset. Because VIA liked to make their branding really obvious, and it looks like it's laser etched. It's Intel 440BX chipset on the board, yeah. It's probably an okay board. I almost bought it. But I didn't buy it. Kind of one of those that if it's still available in a couple weeks, I might get it. But I have bought everything I'm going to buy for December. So, okay, I am trying to open the case and catch up in chat. There we go. So, is it a KA6100? No, it is not. Jeremy says, be wary of the late AT boards. Most of them were from the PC Chips lottery. Is ASA a PC Chips brand? Jeremy says, one telltale sign is the presence of an SIS chipset. Yeah, and AMI BIOS. Now, Jeremy, AMI BIOS is not necessarily bad. SIS chipsets, on the other hand, yeah, some of them were quite downright bad. I actually like the AMI WinBIOS. It's kind of neat, even if it does hide half the settings from you. There we go! Oh, look at this! It's a maple leaf. Look at that. I always liked the PCs that come with a maple leaf and another random leaf. Those are always the best PC cases. Oh, Canada. Alright, we'll toss those in the box that will go in the trash. So, yeah, we've got a front fan, and, okay, the connectors are fine, and it does have enough standoffs to mount a board and a pine needle. Tell me this was stored in a weird place without telling me it was stored in a weird place. And yeah, we have a drive bay adapter that's not screwed in, that they used packing tape to hold it in. Wonderful. Anyways, at least inside, it looks like it's in good shape. There is some exterior rust on the bottom. Nothing I can't take care of with a little bit of elbow grease. So, I think it looks like it's mainly along that edge there. And like a couple spots on the bottom. Overall, nothing bad. Okay, it is missing 3 feet. That could be a travesty. Jeremy says, yeah, AMI BIOS isn't bad, but if the board has an AMI BIOS and an SIS chipset, it has a 99% chance of being from the PC chips lottery. Chris says, does the computer say a boot when it boots? I don't know. There's no motherboard in it. Chris says, I gave away all my spare motherboards, figured someone else could use them rather than having them sit on a shelf. Well, anyways, I have a number of motherboards. I do have one in mind for this case, but we are not looking at this case tonight more than Wheel of Regret style looking at it. So, yeah, I do have a motherboard in mind. It is an AT motherboard, and it's one I already have. And actually, I believe it has an AMI BIOS, so it'll feel right at home with that AMI sticker on the back of the case. Yeah, what do you know? All right. So it's an AT case that's black. I have to say, this will make finding matching drives way easier. There's at least one nice thing. Yeah, and if you're wondering, Gut Bomb, about the thing I shared with you, I don't think they've shipped it yet. Kind of one of my pet peeves of eBay sellers that immediately generate the shipping label, because that's what eBay uses to determine if they're meeting their sales criteria, and then they wait till they feel like it to actually mail it. Anyways, all right, so we got this case. Now, let's go on to... All right, I'm going to go set this case aside. I'm also probably going to have to go get a cable, because it looks like I tricked myself and carried a... Why did I carry the cable off from my bench? Oh, wait. The cable may be there. Nope, that is... Alright. While I go take this somewhere, let me go grab an IDE cable. Because apparently, I walked off with my IDE cable. Probably on Sunday while I was on day. All right. Oh, look. I could go plant this outside and see if it'll grow a tree. Jesse says, I had to send a nasty letter to an eBay seller that hung on to a DVR for 2 weeks. It suddenly shipped the next day. I usually don't write nasty letters to sellers unless I know they're being dumb. And Christian says, I'm back. Are we going to install something fun in the thing during this stream or in the future? That will be in the future, because today we are working on the Sleeper 486 build. Which is why I have this chunker of a power supply. So you might have seen me working on this during Dave's stream, and I made the decision of going ahead and putting it together because I knew we'd potentially have a Wheel of Regrets or some other segment. So anyways, I have completely reassembled the power supply for our convenience so we could get on with the more fun things like actually seeing if this powers up the motherboard in question. All right, the motherboard in question for my inconvenience is currently mounted to a bench thing, and I'm sure I will not get power supply cables mixed up at all, despite the fact they all look the same. Anyways, so the motherboard is my Shuttle HOTMESS-419. Although, if you look the board up on the RetroWeb, it is actually just the Shuttle 419. There are just enough annoying things about this board that I think it should have been called the HOTMESS-419. For those in the know, this was one of the products of the PC Chips lottery, because this board, I think Shuttle was one of the PC Chips family of fine companies making motherboards. I'm sure Jeremy just spit out his drink now. From all that seething amounts of sarcasm I just spilled out. Chris says, wow, watts per square inch on that power supply. Yeah. Yes, I'm sure the PC Chips lottery family of companies, spelled quality Quulitee, rhymes with manatee somehow. Oh, we will not be using that floppy drive cable because it's got a non-standard key pin. Instead, we will use this cable that has no key pins at all. There we go. All right. So this board here, I think I had it out on Dave's stream. So this is the same Trident video card that performs very well. In fact, somewhere on my bench, I have the benchmark scores. There we go. So I guess if anyone's wondering the benchmark scores, the first column is with an 8-bit video card, and the Pentium Overdrive was clocked at the stock 63 megahertz. The second column is with the Trident video card you see here, stock Intel clock, and then the third column is overclocking the Intel Overdrive. So Chris says, oh, so what do you do? Oh, I'm a QA tester for PC Chips. Yeah. Christian says, only seen Oak make optical drives under the Opti brand, chipsets too, apparently. Oh, so that's what happened to Oak Technologies. They were Opti. Ah, well, that's why they kind of seemingly just kind of disappeared. They went by another name. Oh. Alright, so for my convenience, we will be using a Gotek. As such, I do have the thumb drive somewhere on the bench. It is probably running away. Oh, there it is. Nope, I put it somewhere where I would not lose it, and then mentally lost it. All right. I am going to need 2 of these power splitters. Although, if this works, we will be modifying this power supply slightly. Because it is actually, there's actually a broken, someone cut this one off. I don't know why. It is heat shrinked inside of heat shrink to prevent anything from shorting. But if this power supply will power up this motherboard along with some devices, then I was planning on splicing a new power lead onto this one from a ATX power supply that had a Berg power connector on it, just so I didn't have to use a lot of splitters. Because the thing is, I can always remove it in the future. Some people are probably like, oh no, it would have never had that back in the day. Well, it's removable. All right, so let's make sure that everything still works before we start. Oh, Christian says Optus. Oh, they named things OTI and Otis. Opti was someone else. Sorry for the confusion. No problem. Oh, maybe the reason why they seemingly disappeared is because Oak Technology started making chips that just went into devices. All right, so let's make sure that this all powers up. Oh, you might notice that I have added an extra megabyte of RAM to this video card since it was last on my channel, because that's all the better to be able to use all those fun interlaced video modes that no one wants to use. Because apparently that's about all you get. Although I was hoping that, oh, maybe we might get 32-bit color in one of the last non-interlaced modes that might be fun to use. But Chris warned me that that mostly gets you a bunch of interlaced video modes. I'm looking for my board that. Oh, I don't know where the big one that hardly fits on my bench went, so we'll go with the smaller one that I'm apparently trying to destroy. Alright. There's that. But now we've got a keyboard. Now, and I've also confirmed that it still posts. So one thing I would like to do here. Oh, hi, Callan. Welcome. All right. Chris says, yeah, depending on the card, that is definitely the case. What's the Trident TGUI 9440? So that may very well give me a lot of interlaced modes that I won't want to use. But it looks good on post when it tells you that it has 2 megabytes of memory. Oh, well, the vintage rubber band fell apart. But we're going to try this 32 megabytes of RAM, and we're going to see if the system likes it. Because if it does, well, then at least I can have 32 megabytes. Or I could even, well, I guess I could put another 8 and have 48. All right, so I'm pretty sure for 32 megabytes, that is where it wants them. If it likes them. All right. I am going to want to test it. And I would say that is a resounding no. I don't think this board likes that memory. Let me put the postcard in. Some EDO memory will work in fast page mode. Some EDO memory does not. No, this board does not support EDO. So it was down to, does this RAM work in fast page mode? And it would appear as if the answer is no. Or this is a weird refresh memory. Well, 60 nanoseconds. All right. Okay. So it would appear as if that memory is just incompatible with this board. This board is very picky about the memory it likes. It apparently, it only likes single-sided memory modules. So I guess I should be glad I had these 4 megabyte modules that it likes, because at least that gives me 16. Oh, hi, Retro Lab Setup. Welcome. Retro Lab Setup says, greetings from Brazil. Jesse says, Otis, I also think manufactured elevators. Yes. Otis does, or at least did, manufacture elevators, and they may still do if they still exist. All right, so I put the RAM back in. It looks like... Ah! And now I've got the same problem I was seeing during Dave's stream, and I think it is because... Oh yeah, I did not get the RAM fully seated. All right, let's make sure it's seated. That one's in and latched. That one is in and latched. This one is not seated. There's the one. That one was the troublemaker. There we go. All right, try that again. All right, there we go. We do have a post. I don't have a hard drive connected at this immediate moment. I wanted to check voltages just to make sure the voltages are good with the current configuration. So the 5 volts is at 5 volts, and 12 volts is at 14 volts. Because there's probably no load on the 12 volt power. All right, well, let's turn that off before I cook something. And let's start with a hard drive, because I suspect I'm going to actually have to run this with a real hard drive in order to not... I think I actually need a 12 volt load on this system. Oh, hi, Nigel. Welcome. An Opti board. They can be good and bad. Yeah, this one is... I think I would call this one chaotic, or let me see here. chaotic neutral. I don't know. This one doesn't like to cooperate sometimes. All right, so I have this 214 megabyte hard drive because I'm not risking a better hard drive at the moment. All right. And it is correctly jumpered for standalone. All right. Okay, the hard drive is connected, and I should probably go into setup here. And okay, DC is at 11.96 volts. Excellent. All right, so all we had to do was connect a hard drive. All right. Let's go to setup and it is a VESA local bus board. You just can't see the VESA local bus cards because the power supply is that wide. Oh, this hard drive doesn't auto detect. No, it does not auto detect. Yeah, it's hard to see the lower slot. So I have 3 VESA local bus slots. I have a VESA local bus controller in the one closest to the CPU, and I have a Trident video card in the one furthest from the CPU. And this hard drive is too old for auto detection. So, all right. So let's see. Numlock. Okay, it is 1024. 12 heads. Let's see here. I don't think we need rate precompensation. We'll leave that alone. Landing zone is generally doesn't apply because it doesn't need to park, and it has 34 sectors. Okay, that looks correct. All right. Yep, I think I'm going to have to put an XT IDE BIOS on this thing so that I can use a larger hard drive. But for now, I wanted to make sure that I didn't have... Sorry, I'm struggling to find a place to put everything on the bench. Does it support LBA? Oh, I should probably go check. I think this board... Well, this board's a hot mess. I mean, there is a reason why I call it the HOTMESS-419, even though it is just the HOT-419. I am running the latest BIOS available for it. I apparently cannot spell because I am running the 419 AI P06 BIOS version because that is the latest dated one on the retro web. The Mr. BIOS is not available for this board. I think I've already checked multiple times in the hopes that the answer will change. And I don't know if it'll support LBA mode. Maybe I just need to go grab a larger drive. Jesse is asking. Oh, Chris said LBA off in the info screen. All right. I could also install one of those BIOS helpers. Yes, I could, but I don't like to install them because then you can't like plug the drive into an IDE to USB adapter, or it can cause problems with that. Because I like to copy files directly to the drive sometimes. Nigel says, great motherboard. It can have 1 megabyte of cache. Actually, this motherboard cannot have a megabyte of cache. I actually tried putting 512K of cache in it, and the board is not stable. So it will be staying at 256K of cache. I think a later version of this board might be able to support a megabyte, but the sockets on this board are physically not able to have. You can't have 8 128K cache chips in this board. But with 512K, which I already tried, I tried that on Dave's stream, it was not stable at all. Oh, Nigel might be commenting on another motherboard that's been mentioned in the chat. Oh, okay, maybe he's commenting on the Asus VLI 486 SV2GX4 motherboard that can support a megabyte. Okay, sorry. Yeah, we got crossed in the cache. Yeah, the Asus board, I have no doubts, can support it. This board, it's got the jumpers for 512K of cache, but it is not stable. It will not, it will like crash at the system specs half the time with 512K of cache, which is not stable in my mind. Jesse's asking, is that an ST3250A? No, it's a ST3243A. From a Packard Bell. All right. Oh, let's go back into the BIOS. Let's see if Chris is Chris is, let's see here. Hold on. Oh. All right. So Chris noticed that I had LBA mode off. And I don't remember where that was. That should probably be on. That should probably be on. LBA mode enabled. Enabled. Oh, it was showing us off on the info boot screen. Okay. Okay, it is enabled in the BIOS. This drive is probably not large enough for that to be a problem. That's probably why LBA is off. It's such a small drive. All right, we'll leave that alone. Let me see if I have another IDE drive that's not like... I've got a 1 gigabyte drive, but it has 2 bad sectors. Which means it's failing, which is why, even though I grabbed it, I don't really want to use it. I got a 730 that's got more than 2 bad sectors, so that means the drive is really failing. Oh, Jesse says seek noise. So close. I like the seek noise the ST3250A made. Well, we might see if this makes a similar seek noise. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of actual physical hard drives between the, like, in the 2 gigabyte range. Because that would be about the sweet spot for this computer. I think. Hold on. We might see if it'll support, like, I think I've got a 6 gigabyte one. Let's see if it'll support it, or if it's limited to 504 megabytes. Which would mean I need to use XTIDE. Okay, let's try this 6.5 gig drive. And I guess that's when we'll see if this BIOS is limited to 504 megabytes or 8 gigabytes. All right. Thomas is waiting for the click, click, click of a hard drive. All right. Yep, this computer is going to need a hard drive so that we don't try anything else on the 12-volt rail. Okay, 6.5 gigabyte hard drive in. Chris says if LBA should be able to get past 504 megabytes. Okay. No. Yeah. It's like 7.8 gigabytes. It depends on how you round the number. There we go. Okay. That's promising. Except it's telling me LBA mode off, 32-bit mode off. I'm thinking that summary screen might be wrong. Because I sure thought I turned LBA mode on. Alright. Alright, so 3, 1, 1. I'm also going to go in the BIOS and make sure I have LBA mode on. Wow, okay. Apparently I didn't spam the delete key fast enough. Christian says, went and checked 7.8 if you count with 1024, and 8.4 if you use 1000, so we were both correct. Yep. I knew it was around there, depending on how you're counting. is quite possible that there are more reasons why this is actually the HOTMESS-419 motherboard. All right. Nigel says, I'm a bit disappointed. I had a Mach 32 ISA on my eBay watch list waiting for my payday. It sold yesterday. Yeah, that's my luck too on eBay. Sells the day before I can get it. Okay, that is not promising the fact that it only created a 504 megabyte partition. Because I sure thought DOS 622 supported 2 gigabyte partition. Alright, so let's check the settings in the BIOS. Wait a minute. I thought I turned these on. So I auto-detected. Did it change those after I auto-detected? Or did I maybe not actually save? Okay, so those are set. Yeah, I definitely turned that on. Okay, well, we now have 32-bit mode on, but LBA mode is still off. Jeremy says some of these AMI BIOS like this sometimes won't save their settings even with a good battery. And yeah, I know I've got a good battery in it because it's a it's got a battery. Actually, I don't know if it's good now that I look at it. Retrotech Chris is asking, what is wrong with this thing? I don't know. Jesse says, sounds like the firewall I worked on last night. It wasn't saving changes for me. I wasted half an hour of my life. Oof. So, it's not using LBA mode. Weird. Okay. Let me check another thing. All right. Spam the delete key. There we go. All right. Let's go to... Oh. No, let's go back to standard. Okay. Okay. So there wasn't a setting there. Advanced. Okay, it definitely saved the setting. Yeah, Nigel says sometime trying different versions of the BIOS will let you change settings properly. Unfortunately, there's like no documentation as to what the various versions of the BIOS do. Okay, so I have LBA mode enabled. Was there some chipset thing I should have checked? No? Hmm. You know, I bet if I boot from Windows 98, it's only going to see 504 megabytes as well, because it looks like LBA mode is broken on this. Wow, that's I mean, one thing I could do is put the original BIOS chip back in the board and see what happens. I do have it right here. I just thought I would up. Thomas Armstrong says the LBA problem could be on the drive 2. There is no drive 2 installed at the moment. I mean, I could connect the second drive. I have 3 optical drives beside me. I was going to eventually connect one, but there is no drive 2 at the moment. Hmm. I guess I can. All right, let me put the original BIOS chip in and let's see what it does. Let's see if it supports LBA mode. It is possible this is the wrong BIOS for this board. It is. It has a different version number scheme than the others, but it's also possible Shuttle just simply changed their version number scheme at the end. All right. I mean, it's also entirely possible Shuttle like made it say LBA mode, but it doesn't actually support LBA mode because it was a BIOS from '94. Now, the BIOS chip is in a really inconvenient spot. All right, the original BIOS is back in the board. All right, let's see what it does. I'll have to. Thomas Armstrong says, I remember when BIOS came on paper tape. Oh, hold on. Let me find the clear CMOS jumper. Hold, please. I just realized I gotta clear the. I've had this trouble with this board before. When you go back to the old BIOS, you have to clear the settings. And I don't remember where the clear BIOS jumper is. That will be faster than pulling the battery. Oh. This board does not have a. Okay, we're gonna have to pull the battery, and there's no clear CMOS jumper. All right, I am pulling the battery. We will wait a couple seconds. I will double check that I actually put the BIOS chip in. Yeah, it should be in the socket. Okay, battery is out. While we wait a minute or two, let me. Nigel says I run a lot of these BIOS through the BIOS patching tools and see what they can do for them. I have looked into those BIOS patching tools, and I always get weirded out when I actually go to download them. And I think I downloaded it once, and I tried it on some BIOSes, and it did absolutely nothing for me. Like, every BIOS I tried it. Alright, my battery has 3 volts, so that should be enough to save settings. Maybe I might try it on this one, but it's an AMI Win BIOS, so I'm not sure if any of the tools support the Win BIOSes. Nigel says shorting the plus and minus on the battery terminal should clear the board settings too. Okay. Well, I can do that. There we go. Okay. All right. So that battery is good. Settings should be cleared. All right. Let's give that. Hold on. I can't read the post. We got it. What does the postcode reader say? I can't read it. No, Amazon, I don't want to take a second look at the thing I decided not to buy. Whatever you're asking me. Oh. All right, so we have a postcode of 13. I don't know what 13 is. Somewhere I have a little ribbon cable external display thing for this postcode reader. Also, somewhere I've got a mirror. I wonder which I can find sooner. Oh. Fun, easy answer. Neither of them. I don't know where the little... Nigel says, AMI BIOS postcode 13 indicates the video display has been disabled. All right, let me guess. This is probably the time where I have to go to a generic video card and figure out what I did with it. All right, let's try the Realtek video card. I know it works. Oh, hi, Sanyad11. Sandy Red 11. Sorry about that. Sometimes I read the screen too fast. I actually got a ton of PC parts for my 3D6 or even a 286. Cool. Still postcode 13. I have no idea what port B is. I have chipset is being initialized. Okay, it is not. Okay, the thing is, I don't even know if this BIOS chip that was in this board when I got it, I don't even know if it actually belongs to this board. Because the thing is, if someone, like, swapped BIOS chips at some point in the past and then sold the board on eBay, well... also possible the BIOS chip is dead. All right, let me put it in a reader. I think it's a 27C something or other. I'll just go download a BIOS from the retro web and see what the size is. Here, let's go for this one dated 7/25/94. That's going to be the one before the one I had in it. So it's a 64K file, so that's going to be a 27C512. All right, select an AMD. It doesn't matter. All right, let's read the. All right, let's read the BIOS that I think is the original one, which is dated 12/15/93. Ah, okay. Which is revision 1.1 of the BIOS, which I think I'm the one that dumped it and sent it to the retro web. So, not exactly sure this is going to be a slam dunk case of, yeah, the chip matches. All right, verify. Yes, my BIOS chip matches the version 1.1 on the retro web. But guess what? If by chance this board had the wrong BIOS on it, and that's why the original BIOS isn't BIOSing, well, because the interesting thing is, most of the BIOSes for this board have in the post string OP802 or OPTI802. However, the one I have has OPTI895. And while I think OPTI802 is one of the chips on the... No, is there... Wait a minute, there's not an 802. This is an OPTI895 board. Would it be OPTI802? I don't know. Okay, let me go find my 27C 512s. I'll burn the next oldest one. We'll try it. We'll see if it supports LBA mode. But I'm kind of wondering if the original BIOS is actually not for this board, because it looks like it doesn't. In fact, I think I remember having that problem when I got the board. It wouldn't consistently post. Oh, thank you, Bobo. Doom. All right, we will hopefully get to the point where we can run Doom. But first, I need to see if we can get LBA mode working, because that is annoying me. Because that will let us use a larger hard drive. There they are. 27 C512. Alright, got a whole bunch of them. Alright, so I am going to attempt to use... Alright, so let's see here. Load, browse. Alright, so I'm... Let's go there. The version dated 7/25/94. Alright, hold. Let me change the manufacturer of the flash chip, because it looks like I have a whole bunch of ST M27C512s. And if my programmer supports the one I'm about to program, I usually like to set it to the correct vendor. Because sometimes these chips have like slightly different programming voltages. Alright, so this should be a blank chip. I think everything I put in these tubes I did confirm was actually erased, so assuming I can get the chip in the programmer. Oh, Sea Turtle, thank you. It says Doom on everything. Yes. Alright. Alright, so let's blank chip. I've got a I did try an ISA card in it. That did not work with the original BIOS. So I am programming another BIOS. So the original BIOS doesn't seem to want to work with an ISA or a VESA local bus card. I'm wondering if it's not the BIOS for this board. Because I remember having so much trouble with it when I first got it, which is why one of the things I tried when I got this board was I programmed a new BIOS chip. And that one seemed to work. However, it may not actually support LBA mode or something. All right. So, I've got a new flash chip programmed. There is no version number on the RetroWeb, it's just a date. So it's the BIOS from July 25th, 1994. So about 3 months before this one I was using that wouldn't let me set LBA mode. I just said I was just reading a thread from someone else who was having trouble with the VESA local bus board and it stopped at postcode 13. Well, either my keyboard just went crazy or that was weird. Go to the BIOS. Oh, sorry. I forgot to change the... Alright, so let's go to optimal defaults. Okay, this is the ISA video card. Okay, so the clock is not entirely correct. It is actually 21. I can remember how to... There we go. 21:46. Okay, that's correct. Not installed. 12:495, 1663. Well, that is actually correct. But either I did not... Oh! Maybe when I tried clearing the BIOS, I didn't actually clear the BIOS, and that's why the original BIOS didn't work. Maybe I didn't wait long enough. All right. I'm turning that on to make it easier to get into the BIOS. At the expense of it'll be slower. All right. Block mode is enabled. Standby timer disabled. 32-bit mode is enabled. LBA mode is enabled. Oh. I don't have any secondaries installed. Oh. That's interesting. This one would actually let me set up a secondary. Huh. Well, that's better than the other BIOS I was using. All right, auto configure. Yep. Kernel cache right back. All right, let's try this. Okay, it's got the CPU clock wrong, but... Oh, look, it fixed the display of the drive types being wrong by the magic of not trying to show them. All right, so let's see if it's actually has LBA enabled, because I think if it does... It's still running at 83 megahertz, I'm pretty sure of, Jeremy. Jesse says it can't be wrong if we don't show it. Yeah. Yeah, it should be 83 megahertz because it's 33 megahertz bus times 2.5 multiplier. The Pentium Overdrive processor is the only processor on the 486 platform that has a half multiplier. Christian says, wonder if they can be pushed to something like 90 or 120. Well, I'm already pushing it from 63 to 83, so I don't know that I feel like pushing it any further, because if I overclock past 33 megahertz, then my VESA local bus cards run the risk of being unstable. Because 40 megahertz is not guaranteed to be stable on VESA local bus. All right, so I'm going to take the Realtek video card back out. I'm going to put the Trident card back in, and I'm also going to boot from a Windows 98 boot disk to see if... I'm curious if LBA mode's enabled, because if it is, and I boot from a Windows 98 disk, then it should actually ask me if I want to enable large disk support when I run fdisk. So... yeah, if I set the frontside bus to 40 megahertz, I would have to set some wait states on the VESA local bus. That's the thing. Because at 33 megahertz, you can go 0 wait states. 40 megahertz, you have to set 1 wait state. So, yes, I could see if this Pentium Overdrive would run at 100, because that would be 2.5. However, it would be at the cost of having wait states on the VESA local bus. So, all right. So, is it going to ask me if I want large disk support? No, it did not. Oh, Windows 95 fixed disk setup program. I believe that is not the Windows 98 disk I wanted to attempt to use. Hold, please. Let's try that one. Well, the one good thing is this power supply seems to be working decently well. All right. Oh, that's right. Windows 98 install boot disk does not have F disk in it. You have to go to you have to put disk 1 in to run. Okay, which disk is F disk on? Okay, so the boot disk has format. There's like something really weird about the disk set. So disk 1 has that the has okay. Is it disk 2? It's like really weird the way they did it. I know one of these has F disk on it. But okay, this is not the disk image set I wanted to use. What? Okay. Okay, for sure, this one has F disk on it, and it should have large disk support. Maybe that was an upgrade, Windows 98 upgrade set. I don't know. We'll start without CD-ROM support so we don't have to wait forever. And if this doesn't work, I'm quite honestly might just run partition magic. I just want to see the thing show me that I could create a 6 gigabyte partition. Oh, there we go. Okay, diagnostic tools are on D. That mean F disk is on D? Yes, F disk is on D. Okay. 3, 1. Okay. If I create a partition, will you give me a nice large partition? Probably not. Do I have to restart for you to just simply show me what you just did? Yes, I do. Alright. Fine. In the meantime, I probably am going to have to run some add-on BIOS on this computer to actually make it support large disks or something silly like that. I tried the Windows 98 startup disk, and the one I had didn't ask me for large disk support, and the other one I have didn't have F disk on it. Even though it was a Windows setup disk. There was no F disk on it, so I don't know how they expected you to partition your hard drive. Probably by manually waving small magnets on the actual platter to write your own zeros and ones, I guess. It's a 6.5 gigabyte hard drive. Oh, hi, Frogman, and hi, Mega. Yeah, it's a 6.5 gigabyte hard drive. It should be asking me, do I want to... Okay, this F disk did not ask me the question. This must be the wrong boot disk. This computer is acting like it is not actually enabling large disk support, because it is not at all acting like I would suspect it should with a large disk. Okay, here we go. I've got one last boot disk. I just realized where it was. Okay, it's a Windows 98 second edition boot disk. Nigel might be onto something. That was the one I was looking for. Maybe it was second edition when they finally put that into F disk. I thought it was in 95. I thought it was in 95 OSR2. Maybe it was second edition. So this is a second edition boot disk, if my file name is correct. And it has F disk on it. Yeah, 90. All right. Okay, so I'm probably going to have to delete the partition. So if I delete the first partition, no, I'm going to exit. I'm going to reboot so that we reboot without a partition. Yeah, try clean, reboot, and then create. Yeah, good idea, Christian. That's what I was thinking of doing. All right, so I'm going to start F disk without any partitions on the drive. This F disk should ask me if I want large disk support. If LBA mode is actually enabled, it should ask me if I want large disk support. If this one doesn't, then we don't actually have large disk support, and this BIOS version is equally broken. All right. Is it going to ask the question? Yes, it did. So if I actually create... Was that the problem all along? There was a part... Oh! Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I need to do the same thing with DOS 622's F disk. Delete the partition, reboot, and then go create it, and then hopefully it'll create a 2 gig partition. Or... Or, I mean, we could just install Windows 98 2nd Edition on this computer. That could also be cool. Well, that technically is a version of DOS. It's a VESA local bus Trident. So this computer would be... I mean, this computer should run... I mean, it should run Windows 98 2nd Edition fairly well. Okay, that's weird. Okay, so this boot disk has F-disk, but not format. So, I can't, So, oh, let me guess. Okay, so now, let me guess. I can probably now start this computer with... I can't make this up, Christian. I bet format's on the CD-ROM. I bet the format command is on the CD-ROM, and that is probably why it did not ask me. That's probably why format's not there. It's probably on the CD-ROM. Okay, that is wild. All right, we will. Okay, I know this disk has format. Hi, Sad Mac. Yeah, Sad Mac's asking why. I couldn't tell you, but let me guess. And I'm just doing /u so it doesn't try to save undelete information because it's pointless. Okay, there is like a slight formatting issue with this version of format, but anyways, yeah. Okay, Sad Mac's been lurking. Mega says, I copied format to my startup disk so I could do this without the CD. I think that was an actual Microsoft startup disk. So that's why it doesn't have format on it. All right, so while we wait for this to format, we need to put an optical drive on this computer. And I have 3 choices over to my side, and I have no idea if they all work. So the first one I have here is probably overkill for this system. It is a DVD writer, a Super Write Master Speed Plus DVD writer from 2009. It's probably rather unremarkable. The audio port's not available, so it wouldn't really be a good candidate for hooking up sound because the audio port is no longer available on it. So this is probably not a good candidate, although it'd probably work for installing if the other drives don't work. Oh, I forgot about the /q flag. Although, I don't know if this drive works, so I probably wouldn't want to quick format it. All right, the second choice here, and I am showing these in a particular order for effect. We have this HP drive from 2006. I believe this is also a DVD writer. I do have a note on it that I had install issues with macOS 9 on a G4, but I mean that's not to say that it won't work fine on a PC. It is kind of newer than the G4 would have had. Although it is a nice, simple, plain drive. I think it may just be a DVD-ROM CD writer. Okay, maybe it's just a CD-ROM or a DVD-ROM CD burner, because actually I don't see anywhere on it that says it's a DVD burner. Anyways, it is a nice kind of plain model. Christian says, I know which chassis needs that drive. Yeah, we might save this for that chassis. You are right. And then You know what's mad, dog? We've got this drive right here. This thing, there's no question about it. This thing is a compact disc rewriter, ultra speed plus Mad Dog multimedia drive. I mean, this thing is just mad. And quite honestly, it's from 2005, so it's the oldest drive of the three. But yeah, it's mad. Jeremy says that would look better in that black case from earlier. Oh, this one would look good in the black case too. Well, remember, this is the Sleeper 486, and the old AT XT style cases had black drives. So if you're wondering why in the world I pulled black optical drives, it's because I was going to put black drives in it. Because the thing is, the case has been painted, and Jesse says it has that dog in it. Yeah, we'll try this one first. Gut Bomb wouldn't let me not try it first. Anyway, yeah, the reason why I didn't really want to use a beige drive in this AT case is because A, it's actually been painted by the previous owner, and I don't know that they used the correct color beige. So I thought it would probably look better if I put black drives back in it, like it might have had originally, because then if it's not the right color beige, we don't have match problems. There we go. Look at this. We now have a... Uh-oh. Bad sectors. Bad sectors? I don't remember this drive having bad sectors. Huh. Alright. Format C. Quick. But test the bad sector clusters that are currently marked bad. Let me guess, it's called bark at me that it probably won't. Alright. Reporting current bad clusters. Well, that's not good. Now it's got 1.33 megabytes in bad sectors. Sea Turtle says just right around them. Well, the thing is, that's the hallmark of a failing drive. Which is kind of why I was... And I didn't think this drive had any bad sectors. That was the other thing. Oh, okay, fine. We're, yeah, Jeremy says bad sectors in a hard drive equals cancer. Yeah. Kind of why I was concerned that it had them. I didn't think it had any bad sectors. I'm going to change my Wheel of Regret score for the hard drive purchase to half bad. Maybe I may try to run spin right on it, but I'll have to register spin right because, well, spin right is not a free program. Hey, Dave. Welcome. All right. I have hooked up the Mad Dog Multimedia optical drive, and I'm going to set it on top of the other two optical drives just so that the cable is not overly stretched. And let's see if it works. Chris just powered up the 5400 he bought from Leo. Power's right up. 72 megabyte upgrade chip. Hard drive caddy. Screen has a blotch. Not bad for $25. Uh-oh. You know what's mad, dog? It's not ejecting. Alright, where's the emergency eject tool so I can try to convince it to cooperate? There it is. Ah, there we go. Alright, well, I'm probably have to open it up and lubricate the drive or something, but it closes, but it doesn't want to open on its own. Alright. Let's, Alright, let's start the correct boot disk for Windows 98 2nd edition. There we go. I don't think this BIOS supports optical drives, so alright, we'll do that, and then okay, it detected the CD drive. Yep, optical drive is on the primary IDE. Okay, so D drive. Will it read? Yes, it does read. Okay. Set up. Like I said, some old chipsets had trouble with optical drives on secondary for some reason. Well, I don't have a secondary IDE channel to plug it into anyways. At least not yet. Because I haven't put a sound card in the system. Because I haven't decided which one to use. Uh-oh. File allocation tables on this drive do not match. ScanDisk has determined that copy 2 is the best copy. No, we are not going to fix it. We are going to exit. And then we are going to just go format the drive again. Because we're just going to format the drive again because obviously something happened during the format. Also, I want to listen to the drive really carefully while it formats again. Because I heard something odd. Jesse wants me to fix it so bad. But yeah, I'm going to fix it for a blank drive, I'm going to fix it the probably correct way. Oh, actually, I'm gonna have it check those bad blocks again. Okay, the draft sounds healthy so far. All right, while this formats, I have 3 sound cards, and I haven't totally decided which one I want to use yet. But the first one is, it is an ESS Audio Drive 1868. That is contender number 1. Contender number 2. If I can figure out what version of CD-ROM it's supposed to support. Contender number 2 is a Sound Blaster 16. Which apparently is named Gagliano for some reason. I presume the Gagliano family used to own this card. Or maybe it was sold by a computer company named Gagliano Computers. Sea Turtle says, compressed C to save space. 14-year-old me. Obviously, yes. Alright, and the last one is this ESS Audio Drive 688. Although, I'm leaning towards saving this for a less plug-and-play computer. But anyways, it was put in my pile of cards to consider. And I may go for the Sound Blaster 16, just because I don't... Yeah, all these expansion slots. Now, the only problem is, which I am just realizing this now, is I would have to put the Sound Blaster in one of the VESA Local Bus slots, because it is too long for the 3 16-bit ISA slots because of where the processor is. So that is actually not a good candidate. That would also mean the other long sound card is even worse of a candidate. And granted, I don't know right offhand that I have a third VESA Local Bus card to put in this system, but you never know, and I might want to try SCSI. So actually, I think maybe the ESS 1868 is probably the best choice, given the fact that I can put it in an expansion slot, and that will not preclude the use of the last VESA Local Bus slot. I'm thinking if I got any other sound cards that are... Yeah, I got to think about future upgrades. I mean, I could go steal a Vibra 16 from another computer. Because actually that other... I might put the Sound Blaster 16 on that other computer. We'll start with the ESS audio drive, because the drive's almost finished formatting here. Alright. And now, how many bad sectors do we have? We have I'm not even going to bother to label it. 1.35 megabytes in bed sectors. I'm noticing a trend here, and it's not a positive trend as most people would think of it. Although, in a way, it is a positive trend in a negative kind of way. All right. Oh, sorry, I forgot to go back to screen share. Okay, let's put the sound card in the computer. We will put it in that slot so that it is kind of away from the other expansion cards. I will go ahead and plug the... Oh, it would help if I could read the... Okay, I'm having trouble reading what is engraved on the expansion slots. Oh yeah, speaker... There we go. Speaker line out. There we go. All right. We have a sound card. All right. If we have problems with this hard drive again, then I'm seriously going to start considering the potential that the hard drive is failing. Because it seems like every time I run format, it's got new bad sectors. PCI read configuration failure. Okay, well, there's no PCI slots on this computer, so that is not worrying. I think that was one of the SCSI drivers giving that error. I've got another one of these hard drives, so if this hard drive is kicking the bucket as we speak, then I'll just go grab the other one. Because it is possible the bad sectors are where the file allocation tables are. Boy, would that be. Because if it tells me they're different again, then I'm going to strongly consider the possibility that that's where the bad sectors are forming. Okay, we'll fix it. I am going to skip undo because if it doesn't work, there's no use of undoing. I'm going to let it do a surface scan to try to figure out where the bad sectors are, because if they are at the very beginning of the drive, then this drive is out of here. Because I'm very suspicious as to why the FATs were different after formatting the drive. I'm also highly suspicious because it is pausing an awful long time during a file system check for what should be an empty drive. Scan disk found. About a little over 1 megabyte of data on drive C that might be one or more lost files or directory, but which is probably just taking up space. It's a blank drive, so I think we're just going to pick the delete option. Retrotech Chris says virus? I don't know. There, I told it to delete it, because it should be a blank drive. I don't know what it found, but I want to see the surface scan. Free space. Okay, what's it going to tell me about free space? I dare it. Oh, it didn't... Okay, I'm going to exit setup, and I'm going to run scan disk and do a surface scan, because I'm really curious as to what it's going to find. I mean, it is possible. It is possible I got a virus. I think I got a... I'm also thinking it might just be a failing hard drive. Theoretically, we are copying files needed for Windows setup. Chris says spin right time. Yeah, I guess let me go look up spin right. It's not a free program. Maybe there's a... Maybe they got a shareware version where I can see what it might tell me about the drive to let me decide if I want to spend the money on it. It's like, how much is it, like $80 or something? Oh, $89. Yeah. All right. Is there like a demo? Or bootable freeware? Oh, that's not spin right. Okay. Yeah, I think this computer is locked up. Because yeah, that must... Yeah, the computer's locked up. It's not... it's not copying anything. It's... Alright, let's restart and run scan disk with the surface scan, because something is not right. I mean, it could also conceivably be I have a bad controller card, so I may swap controller cards. I did set another one out because I had a little bit of trouble with it on Dave's stream, but I initially chalked that up to not having the 32-bit mode turned on. So I'm not going to modify the startup disk that I'm using, only because it's the original Microsoft one. And I think there's a reason why there's not ScanDisk on it. Or F... Oh, no, this one has F-Disk. This one was missing format. Here we go. It is in all right. Does anyone know where they hide it for inconvenience? And if anyone's wondering why in the world I'm struggling with the keyboard, it's a German keyboard. So half the keycaps are wrong. Thanks. There we go. Oh. Yes, I know, Jeremy, that you told me it was German before you sent it to me, but my options were a German keyboard in the correct color or an American keyboard in the wrong color. And thus I chose the German keyboard in the correct color, and yeah. What can I say? It's my only German keyboard. And if I was using the German version of the operating system, the keycaps would be correct. But I am not using the German version of the operating system, so half the keycaps are wrong. Well, maybe not half, but wait a minute. Well, now that is very interesting here. Sea Turtle says, Das ist dein Welt. Yeah. I thought format told me there were bad sectors. There are no bad sectors. Also, my capture card is the dot pattern in ScanDisk is messing with my capture card because the picture on my multi-sync monitor is crystal clear. I am wondering if we have a different problem. I am going to... Let me just double check that I have... 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13... Egg is asking, how many clusters are there in a 504 megabyte partition? I wonder if the system still won't actually read or write above 504. They're 4K clusters. So if we multiply that number by 4, we have about 6 gigabytes. So the number of clusters is matching a 6 gigabyte drive. Now, in 504 megabytes, there's going to be a tenth of the number of clusters, approximately, ballpark. So if we get to like 150,000 clusters and keep going up, then it probably really is 6 gigabytes. I guess asking, like, maybe the LBA support actually is broken. All right, I think if we get about double where we are and it keeps going, then we're probably fine. In the meantime, I'm trying to figure out this controller card here that I have absolutely no instructions for that I'm aware of. It's a QD6500 card. I don't remember where I got it. I mean, probably eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. Oh, actually, their RetroWeb has the card listed. Oh, here we go. Okay. So, if we want the IDE controller enabled on this, the card I've got in my hand, not the one in the computer, obviously. I'm preparing for the possibility of needing to swap controller cards. Okay. This controller card can actually take a BIOS, but despite the fact there is a picture on the RetroWeb with this card with the BIOS on it, there's no BIOS posted to the RetroWeb, so that could be a problem. Okay, so I suspect I have tried to use this card before and probably had trouble using the IDE on it because the IDE was disabled. Oh, no, it was enabled. Okay, if you're creating a board and you have a jumper called enable, I really expect that enable is closed, but in this case, enable's open, so IDE was enabled. All right. So JP2 sense clock frequency from VL slot enabled. Yeah, that sounds correct. All right. Chipset register address is 53, 2, and 3. Yeah, that's the default setting. Primary IDE port addresses are... Yep, that's set to its default. Let's see, JP... floppy... JP8... 1 and 2 closed for enable. Okay. Game port enabled is JP13, and that I actually have disabled. IRQ14 select is 10s 1 and 2 closed. Yep. That is the default. Floppy address, JP16, that should be closed. That's default. There's JP16. Oh, there it is. All right. JP14. Okay. All right, this secondary controller card looks like it's set to the defaults except I disabled the game port. Alright, it is on standby. Sandy Red, you can try MHDD. Fastrin can tell you what exact sectors are bad. Alright. Interesting. Alright. I'm going to swap controller cards here real quick. Because I am beginning to think that oh. It seems to be scanning fine. But it was freezing up when it started to copy files for Windows. So I'm going to pull this card out. It is the card I was trying to use has a promise chip on it. Or at least it looks like it might be a promise chip. I mean, it might not be. It's a HLC 5100 VL card. No telling who made it. It's just it's got a game, 2 serial, parallel, hard drive, and floppy. Entirely possible the card might be jumpered wrong. So while we try this other one, which there is another reason why maybe this would be the best choice, and that is I think the XT IDE Universal BIOS may actually have support for this, the VESA local bus controller that is on this card here. So if I did have this card in the system and I tried the XT IDE Universal BIOS, I think it supports it. Plus, this VESA local bus card I just put in the system actually has a ROM socket on it too. So that would actually give me a place to put the XT IDE Universal BIOS. Alright, so while we try to see what this does, I'm going to check the jumper settings on this other card here. I don't remember where I got it. I also can see that the RetroWeb does not have it listed. That is certainly not boding well. Means I will have to hope the silk screen on the card is correct. Alright, so GP1. Try to set for speed 6. I don't know what that means, but I'm presuming that's like something. Alright, so high, high, low, low. That would be COM1. Oh. Just realized this one controller card only had one serial port enabled. Interesting. Interestingly enough, the scan disk didn't find anything with the file allocation table this time. Do I just have maybe a questionable VESA local bus controller? Well, would you look at that? I think this controller card might be to blame. Which, unfortunately, if the controller card's to blame, there's really not much. Probably not much I can do other than make sure the promise chip is still soldered to the board. Unfortunately, it's like, yeah, there's no buffer chips in front of the promise chip on this board, so okay. So now it is the time of the live stream where I enter the Windows 98 key. So I will, because this is an actual, like, real Windows 98 key that I bought, I'll be right back. All right. So now that I have entered my key, I do need to prove that I have Windows. All right. Where I'm convinced it just asks for random Windows disks in the hopes of calling your bluff that you actually have them all. Because it seems to ask for different disks every time I do this install. Or in this case, it looks like it's going to ask for them all. I am noticing some graphical anomalies. There we go. All right. See Windows. Yeah. Hoping it's not my Trident card bad too. There are some lines through the screen. Oh, that would be a shame if I had to find another VESA local bus controller or video card. Interesting. The issues I'm seeing are actually only visible on my multi-sync monitor. I'm not seeing them on the capture card. Okay, that is like really weird. Alright, so we are going to do a custom install. Yeah, let's see here. I don't think I need... okay, I don't need that. Sure, I realize I'm not going to be saving that much disk space. Just Alt C. All right. Oh, there we go. Had to turn off numlock. All right. Don't need briefcase. Do want those. Do want those. Do want those. Do want the screensavers, of course. All right. Don't need a address book. I also don't want Outlook Express. I don't need dial-up networking. Or NetMeeting or phone dialer. There we go. I do want desktop themes. Don't want personal web server. I don't need those. And let's see here. Character maps handy. Oh, actually, that's good to install because then if you put a compressed disk in, Windows can read it. So I'll go ahead and install that just in case I run across a compressed disk I need to read. All right, there we go. Computer name. All right, we are going to call this. Computer name is Overdrive, of course. Work group. Yep. not the keyboard I'm going to normally use with this computer, so I will ignore the fact that that was my opportunity to tell it I had a German layout keyboard. That is for a different computer for me to fix that on. I just misplaced the keyboard I normally use here. Remove the disk. There we go. Start copying files. Yay! We are copying files. All right. It is copying files. I think. I hope. Yeah, it is. Interestingly enough, it seems like the drives are fast enough that I'm not really seeing the CD-ROM light blink. But I hear the hard drive clicking, so hopefully it's copying files. You know, if I really was curious, I would go grab a LED and stick it on the controller card. All right, now we're definitely copying files. All right, we will let that copy. All right, so I am. Oh, hey, Jack, welcome. Now we are installing Windows 98 because it's a Pentium Overdrive system, so why not? You can still run DOS with this. All right, I am going to let this copy. I need to go run upstairs real quick, so I will be back downstairs in a couple minutes. And Jack says better 98 than ME. Yeah, ME would. Ugh, ME would probably be too much for this computer. All right, but yeah, I'll be back down in a few minutes. It's going to be copying for probably 10 minutes at least. So, anyways, I'll be right back. All right. Let's see here. Jeremy's saying Emmy won't run on that. Minimum CPU speed is 150 megahertz. Well, that's quitter talk, Jeremy. I'm pretty sure I know of a way to run it anyways. RAM might be a bigger issue, though. I think you can bypass the speed check and then still install ME on it. Mega, I was hoping he'd upload pictures of that Realtek card to the retro web. I will check all these cards, and if they're not up on the retro web, I will take pictures and submit them. So, including the controller card that appears to be broken, the picture would still be valid. And because I don't think this card's on the retro web, so I'll submit it. I'll take pictures of it. But yeah. If the Realtek card's not up there, I will take photos of it. I can't dump its BIOS because I think the BIOS is in the Realtek chip. Which would mean if your BIOS is corrupted on the Realtek card, then you probably don't have a working graphics chip. But anyways, yeah, I'll upload photos when I get a chance. Jack says Windows Meh edition, yeah. Jack says that sounds like a challenge, Jeremy. Jack says Windows now with back and forward buttons. Mega says it's actually crazy how many of those VESA local bus controller cards there are. Yes. Now, you might be wondering why I did not use my caching controller card on this board, and that is because the caching controller card that I have, that's VESA Local Bus, does not support optical drives. So it was actually a poor choice, knowing I wanted to put an optical drive in the computer. That's why I went with the non-caching one. And I didn't use the SCSI one because I didn't really want to use SCSI. And actually, it looks like I needed to... In order for the 12-volt rail to not be sky high on the computer, I needed an actual physical hard drive so that the power supply had something to regulate the 12-volt rail with. I am kind of wondering if I should maybe put a small resistor on the 12-volt rail, just so that if something were to happen to the hard drive and its motor didn't spin up, there would at least be something on the 12-volt rail to give it some load. I could find a small power resistor. Granted, that would mean it would always have that load on the 12-volt rail, but at least it would keep it from being out of regulation. Mega would love a VESA Local Bus controller with XT IDE and CF card on board. I'm not going to say it would be impossible, but I kind of don't really see that happening. Because VESA Local Bus card would be expensive to produce. And I don't know if there's any extra VESA Local Bus controller chips floating around out there. Although, the VESA Local Bus controller card that is in this motherboard now may have support in the XT IDE Universal BIOS, which I may have to put that to the test. But that probably means I may have to do a custom build or something. But it would appear as if this system is correctly using LBA mode. looking to see if there's any... Yikes. Some of the settings for VESA Local Bus in the XTIDE Universal BIOS are kind of messy sounding. Going to 16 and 32-bit mode. RetroTech Chris says, there are a few cards that do have support. I had one but couldn't get it to work. It wouldn't surprise me if they've not had a lot of test time on some of those VESA Local Bus cards. Dave says, let me guess, Chris, it was a Trident. Oh, interesting. I thought I had the XTIDE Universal BIOS on this computer. RetroTech Chris says, lol, I want to say a promise card. Yeah, that's actually the, Oh, RetroTech Chris says, I was wrong. QDI Vision. Well, that's what I'm trying to use right here, a QDI Vision card. Great. The card that doesn't seem to be working that I have is a promise card. RetroTech Chris says, guessing an XTIDE maintainer had one. Yeah, probably. I mean, it would be cool to have a VESA Local Bus card with a compact flash card slot on it. An XTIDE Universal BIOS, but cards this long are not the ones you get from a PCB manufacturer for the lowest price. That's kind of one of the problems. Now, the next best thing, though, would be to get a network card and put the BIOS standalone, but you can still use the card and a compact flash card adapter. I realize it's more pieces, but RetroTech Chris is asking, did I give you that card? The one I had didn't work. I don't know if you gave it to me or not, Chris, because I seemingly remember buying a controller card or two from eBay just so that I had one that wasn't a caching controller card. Because I was having trouble with quite possibly this motherboard. Now you all are probably getting a really good idea of why I call this the Shuttle HOTMESS-419. Apparently, its original BIOS doesn't seem to want to work. I'm actually not convinced it actually belonged to this board, the more I think about it. The one I downloaded apparently possibly in an... You know, I would be curious to know if I put this one back in, the one I downloaded. Now, granted, this one didn't have any support for a secondary IDE channel, but I would be curious to know that if I put this one back in, and I'll go grab another large hard drive, I would be curious to know if I boot Windows 98 and run FDisk, if it asks me about large disk support, if I enable LBA. Because I think we did figure out the problem was I had partitions already on the drive. We needed to start with the clean slate. Yeah, see, Chris says, yes, my 486 VLB IDE system has XT IDE in it. Needed for a DTC card I have that has goofy drivers. Well, one of my 486 VLB systems, yes. And for those of you watching, for those of you still watching and remember Wheel of Regrets, I was going to drop a hint as to which board I was thinking of putting in the black AT case. And it's a board that has VESA local bus on it. Yay, Windows 98 supports USB. Unfortunately, this motherboard does not. Jamie says, ooh, I'm just in time for a Windows 98 install. Yes, you are. I was going to install, like, DOS 622 on this machine, but, well, wanting to know if LBA mode was actually working got us to installing Windows 98. And yes, it would appear as if LBA mode was actually enabled. I'm wondering if half the trouble we were having was this controller card. Although, having partitions on the drive, I think, did prevent Windows F-Disk from asking the, do you want to enable large disk support question. XT IDE should still work in 16-bit ISA mode. Yes, it should. Christian says, just realized I still remember my CD key for Windows 98. May have done the same a few times too many back in the day. Well, I won't tell Microsoft if you don't. Of course, at this point, their response would probably be something to the effect of, you should buy a new computer with Windows 11. Or potentially you'll get someone at Microsoft that says, that's nice to know that the operating system I worked on at the beginning of my career, someone still enjoys it. I retire tomorrow. Jack says, no one will be saying that about Windows 8. Yeah. You know, that would be a good upgrade program for Microsoft, is if you tell them you're still using Windows 8, that they give you a Windows 11 key. Like, yeah, we stopped doing the free upgrades, but yeah, we want you to upgrade that. We'd like to, like, completely expunge that release from history. Yeah, Windows 8 was kind of nice on tablet computers. Yes, that is true. Mega says, Windows 11 Upgrade Edition that checks for Windows 98 CD. Yeah. Yay! We're at the restart. Jack says the Windows 98 We're Sorry upgrade program. Jamie says, yeah, this 98 could have been an ME install, right? Or did I miss that one? Jeremy told me that this system does not meet the specs for Windows ME, but I wouldn't have tried that anyways. I apparently Windows ME requires a 150 megahertz processor, and this is only 83 megahertz, so we would have only had half as much. It would have been megahertz, if you catch my drift, to run ME. Jack says, since when did not meeting the spec stop anyone from trying? Me, because I don't like Windows ME. Besides, I know Windows ME still has DOS mode, but it turns it off by default. So I kind of think installing it for DOS Ember is kind of cheating, because they were trying their hardest to hide DOS mode. And the thing is, if you turn on DOS mode in Windows ME, then that negates the fast startup that was one of its features, because that's how they got fast startup, is it DOS mode's off. Windows 98 is now initializing its device driver database. There we go. Windows 98 is now setting up your hardware and any plug-and-play devices you may have. Yay! I'm hoping this Trident card is plug-and-play. Christian says, what is ME? It went 98 to 2000 to XP. Windows ME was a stopgap, because let me see here. I think because 2000 wasn't a consumer operating system really, so ME filled the gap until XP was ready, I believe. Yeah, it was Millennium Edition. Vega says the drums of doom up next. Well, I don't know if we're going to have time for Doom tonight as slow as this is going. Because I've got to... I will have to install Doom on the hard drive, because it's like... Jack says, what did ME do that was worth releasing it? Better USB support? No, I don't know that it had better USB support. I think what ME did was raised revenues for Microsoft. Because actually, I don't know that it really was that much better than 98 Second Edition. It was, yeah, it was the, looking at Wikipedia, not that it's authoritative, but yeah, Windows ME was for home PC users. It was the successor to 98. And yeah, they wanted the next consumer-focused version to be based on NT, but they weren't going to be ready before 2000. So they shipped ME as the successor to 98 Second Edition. I don't know that it really had much of any new features other than they removed real mode DOS unless you turned it back on. And apparently, and as everyone might remember, it had stability problems. Which that might be just because I think they rushed it to market to get a new version of Windows out, because I guess in their quest to merge the business and consumer Windows, I presume they'd wanted Windows 2000 to be it, but they just weren't going to be ready by then, so they had to spin up a Windows 9X team to create another version. So Sea Turtle says, no discernible difference. Yeah. Jack says, wrong time to buy a computer. Yep. Pre-installed on my friend's compact. Yeah. Jack says, I mean, every OS that didn't have real protected memory was super unstable. Yep. Amy says, I never knew anyone that sought it out. It just happened to be the OEM install on the machines at that time aimed at home users. Yep. Christian says, I was poking fun at Microsoft. They're kind of sensitive about that version since it was so hated. Yeah. Yeah, maybe there should be a the Windows 11 We're Really Sorry upgrade edition for anyone scarred by Windows ME. Yeah, it is taking an awful long time to shut down. I'm kind of thinking that maybe it's all right. I'm going to presume it's stuck, and I will go ahead and reset it because that should have been done. Christian said, didn't really experience any problems with ME, so don't get why so many people had issues with it. Vista made more sense. They revamped the whole driver system. I never used ME, so I can't really comment. I'm wondering if it just had to do with maybe what kind of computer you were running it on and Windows protection error. You need to restart your computer. Oh, now it's safe to turn off your computer. Excellent. Jack says, certainly UAC had a lot to do with Vista's not so warm reception. Alright, I guess we'll do safe mode. Oh! It was still in the process of trying to detect devices. Alright, well, let's see if it actually loads, and then we'll restart it. I'm curious what devices it detected so far. Alright, it is loading, albeit slowly. I can hear the hard drive churning still. Tech says maybe you have IRQ conflicts. No, but it just dawned on me what the problem might actually be. I'll need to go in the BIOS to check something on the reboot. I mean, there should not be any IRQ conflicts. Oh yeah, Jack. It's a 63 megahertz Pentium Overdrive because that version was for the 25 megahertz bus systems times 2.5 multiplier, which is actually 62.5, but Intel rounded up because they can. Oh, an error exception occurred while calling the function DLL install. Oh, that's not promising. However, I have this CPU overclocked. It is actually running on a 33 megahertz bus. So 2.5 multiplier actually makes it 82.5 or something like that, or 83 megahertz. Yeah, Intel made the Pentium Overdrive processors a 2.5 bus multiplier because they didn't want to set a 3 times multiplier because that would probably steal business from the actual Pentium processors. But I guess they decided to use more than a 2x multiplier so that people would actually maybe buy it. So they settled for 2.5. Hi, Jason. Jason is asking, did Pentium Overdrives have the divide bug? Apparently the answer is no. Despite the fact that the Pentium Overdrive processors were manufactured from the same stepping as the 60 and 66 megahertz versions that were for socket 4, the Pentium Overdrive processors do not have the bug. Which tells me that either Microsoft or either that Intel fixed it, had already caught the problem and fixed it while they were working on the Pentium Overdrive processors, or the problem was reported in a time frame that let them fix it before they released them. Or possibly someone broke the socket 4 Pentiums. One. Okay. Apparently I'm not going to be able to do much in safe mode because it wasn't done setting up. Mega's asking, oh, that overclock might be the source of all your problems. I'm inclined to think not. I could be wrong, but I was running Doom benchmarks with it overclocked and Quake benchmarks and everything, and it seemed to be pretty stable. I mean, I might try putting it back to the correct clock speed and trying again. I am more inclined to think that this VESA local bus card is the problem. The controller card. Jack says, I don't think it was very happy with that shutdown where you just powered it off. Well, that is also quite possible that it actually was doing something and I powered it off because I thought it was stuck. It does seem to be stuck right now as we speak. I'm trying to resist the urge of just powering it off again. But I kind of think this install is... Alright, so Jason is asking, how much RAM and what is the root partition size? Alright, I have 16 megabytes of RAM in this board, which is not a lot of memory for Windows 98 2nd edition, but it does meet the minimum requirement. I believe it just meets the minimum requirement. And the root partition is 6 gigabytes, but I've got LBA mode enabled, and this BIOS apparently supports 8 gigabyte partitions. Yeah, I think this install is borked. Alright. Let's see if we can, keyboard error, press F1 to continue. Yeah, I wonder why there was a keyboard error. I was spamming the delete key. Alright, I realized there may have been a setting I forgot to set in the BIOS. Alright, advanced chipset. Alright, well that all looked fine. Chipset. Nope, I didn't see plug and play there. Power management. Wait. Interesting. Now, Windows 98 2nd edition supports large disks. So it should not be a matter of too much. I'm actually bothered by the fact there was no plug and play setting in the BIOS. So I'm actually not sure if... Jack says, WinBIOS is hilarious. Yeah, I didn't see a plug and play setting. I didn't see a plug and play setting at all. Alright. I don't know if there's a way to tell if plug and play is on. That error is of no use. There's no PCI on this motherboard, so of course it's going to fail to read the PCI configuration. There is no PCI bus. Alright. I don't think the partition size is the factor here. Because Windows 98 Second Edition definitely supports large disks. This motherboard is also seemingly supporting large disks. I'm inclined to think that is the partition size is not the factor. Now, if the BIOS doesn't support plug and play, I could definitely see it having trouble there. It may be incompatible with this controller card. This is the most contrary motherboard I've used, so quite honestly, I don't know if I'm going to be able to tell anything in 15 minutes. Alright. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's right. Okay. So, let me see. CD Win 98. There's scan disk. Alright. Let's try this. See. I really want to. That really. No, they really did not put format on that disk. Alright, fine. Alright, C. Make dir. Win 98. CD Win 98. D. Copy. Alright, I'm going to copy the install files to the hard drive. I probably should have done it the first time. I don't know that that's really going to speed it up much. Probably also not going to like the fact that I'm going to attempt to install Windows 98 over top of itself. Actually, I should probably format this hard drive and just start over. I could delete the Windows directory, but there's also some other stuff that it... I'll try deleting the Windows directory. Jack says I support formatting and starting over. I probably should just do that. Alright. Alright. Well, I hope it installs somewhat faster, but it's still bugging me. There's no plug and play setting on this BIOS. I guess I could set the bus speed for the processor back to the... Although the thing is, the processor's not even warm. Alright. There are no bad clusters on this drive. I should have probably just done a quick format. Christian says, got curious, so did some digging. They apparently based the Pentium Overdrive off of the P54 revision, so FDiv was already fixed. Okay. I was thinking for some reason that it was the same stepping as the socket 4 ones. Although maybe it's a bit more nuanced, and maybe it was not the whole processor, but maybe the bus interface was based off of that stepping. It's kind of one of those that when you read an article that's been simplified for a non-chip making audience, that nuances like that could have been lost. Yeah, we're starting over with the install. I'm going to try to copy the files from the CD real quick. I should have just done a quick format. Then again, the bad sectors are seemingly... Reporting current bad clusters tells me that it sees bad clusters, even though they're not... They didn't show up on the ScanDisk report out. Okay. If format tells me there's a whole bunch more bad sectors, I'm using a different hard drive. Because if there's a whole bunch more bad sectors, that means that trying to install Windows made it worse. And that might be what we were actually seeing. Mike's Future Retro says, all of this frustration is why I went Mac years ago till things improved. Yeah, the thing is, there were so many PC-compatible motherboards that some of them were just plain downright awful boards. And this could be one of them. I tried searching for MHDD, and I gave up trying to figure out which one it was. Because I don't know that I trust Softpedia these days, although maybe it's about the best source. Although it has multiple download buttons, which is why I don't like sites like this. Alright, I'll have to check this program out at some point. Mega says, I remember failing drives were slower. Yeah, I mean, it could be a failing drive. It's not making sounds like it's failing, but it could be failing. All right, let's see how many bad sectors it tells me we have. And Mike says, again, why I went Mac, too much variety equals questionable quality across the selection. Yeah. Okay, Chris. I think, Christian, that's probably it. They have a P5B1 stepping with the FDiv bug and a P54B1 stepping without it, so those stepping names are just weird. Okay, I think the actual problem is the stepping names happen to be the same, but they're really two different steppings. Ideally, Intel might have made the P54 stepping like C1, make it a bit more obvious that it was different. I have a feeling where I read that, someone probably assumed, oh, they're the same stepping, when in reality, they really weren't, because they're two separate processors. They just happen to have the same stepping number. Oh, there's download links on the page you mentioned. I'll have to scroll up in the chat. I'm, okay, while that's copying, let me go check that out. I don't think I'm gonna run it tonight though, because I'll give an install a little bit of a chance to run, but I'm starting to get tired, so you know, I think I might be copying faster now that I've formatted the drive. Okay, use version 3.0 for CHS drives. Okay, this is an LBA drive, so Jack says, well, the drive was fragmented before. Yeah, very true. Yes, I do forget how often we defragged back in the day. It was like weekly, probably. Christian says, yeah, must be awfully late there, 6 a.m. here, so it must be something like 11 to 1. Yeah, I'm smack dab in the middle of that range because we're like 5 minutes to midnight here. There we go. Okay, so C setup. Scan disk should be perfect. We just formatted it. Don't you dare tell me the fats are different. I don't want to see any file system shenanigans either. Mega says I had defrag as a screensaver. Basically, yeah. Yeah, maybe this will run fast enough to make it worth it. Well, actually, Mega, they kind of hide the defrag option because you don't want to do that on a solid state drive. In fact, Windows may actually be able to tell you're running on a solid state drive and they just don't show you the option. You may have to actually have a mechanical hard drive installed before it'll even show you the defrag option. Because I think it's still there. Oh, you don't even use Windows anymore. Okay, yeah. I don't know where it is in Linux. I'm sure Linux can defrag. Jason says, shenanigans. What is this? Action Retro? Well, if this computer continues to misbehave, yeah. Alright, we will, actually, in this time, instead of going to be right back, I will just move the keyboard, so... Because this is an actual key I purchased. Because I'm actually using an actual Windows 98 install CD. Well, I would be if I didn't copy its contents to the hard drive just to make things go faster. Alright, there we go. Alright, so now let's once again prove that I have Windows. And this time, we'll do that one right there. There we go. Alright. Here now, checking for installed components, for which there should be none. Total says this one is feeling like a winner. Well, it is feeling just a touch faster. It only asked me to insert 3 of the Windows 3.1 disks this time around, instead of 6 of them. I don't remember what the estimated time was last time. It may be lower. Well, Mike's asking, would a Linux distribution fare better results? Oh, it might. But this is December, and Linux is not DOS. And I realize that it's probably a poor excuse for not installing Linux, but a lightweight one that... Yeah, this I am actually using a hard drive because the if I don't have a hard drive, the 12-volt rail is not well regulated. Texas DOS is as lightweight as it gets. Texas, oh, you're not installing group policies. The horror. Yeah, if some non-existent IT department in my house wants to set up group policies, well, they ain't doing it on this computer. Also, I forgot to install the internet. Actually, that internet options doesn't include Internet Explorer. That one you get even if you deselect internet tools. The only thing selected by default in internet tools is the web server, and ain't no chance of me running that. How did I remember those details? Oh, that's just how quickly I went through and sorted them. It's how did I remember what to select? Well, it's because I only... Sandy Red says try video on a 486. Yeah, that like MP4 files. I think even with this Pentium Overdrive, it would choke on them. I mean, maybe a very, very small QuickTime movie might play. And when I say a small QuickTime movie, we're talking like 320 by 240 or smaller resolution. Mega says most secure web server. Yes, I have the most secure web server on this computer by not installing it. Alright, hopefully we copy files like a champ. If this fails, then, well, that'll be all we do for tonight. And I might pick back up on this Thursday. Because at that point, the first thing to try would be set the bus speed to 25 megahertz and see if maybe if the overclock becomes unstable when we try to throw Windows 98 in the mix. Because if that's not it, it's the controller card. The controller card probably is incompatible. Mega says, that was fast, then it wasn't. Yeah. It is copying files, though. I hear the hard drive churning. Also, if anyone is wondering, the Mad Dog CD-ROM drive, even though it at first was not really wanting to cooperate, ejecting, it seems like it's worked its problems out. I wonder if the belt was just kind of stuck in a groove from having been closed for years, probably. Jack's just given me the obligatory XKCD. Comic 612. All right. Estimation. Yeah, estimation. I'm just outside town, so I should be there in 15 minutes. Actually, it's looking more like 6 days. No, wait, 30 seconds. Yeah. Caption is the author of the Windows file. Copy dialog, visit some friends. The graphic caption text is, they could say the connection is probably lost, but it's more fun to do naive time averaging to give you hope that if you wait around for 1,163 hours, it will finally finish. Christian says, SMB Samba one aside, are there even any legitimate threats to Windows Win 9X machines these days? I don't know. I don't know how big of a target would be if I connected it to my network. If I just connected it to my network, it's not like I think anybody's going to be able to get to it because I don't have network address translation set up for you to be able to connect to it. But certainly, if I connected to anything, that could be a problem. Well, I guess that's not very. I've never had any of my retro machines infected with any viruses back in the day, however. Yeah, I don't connect my retro machines to the internet. If I want to put something on them, I'll download it on a machine and then copy it locally. John says progress bars are an unsolved challenge for computer science still to this day. Yes. Mega says connecting them to the LAN/internet is part of the fun for me. Well, now I've been tempted to set up a little LAN for them, like something so that I can at least network the retro machines together. Mega says I want to build a 486 machine that net boots Windows somehow. I want to say that's possible. I just don't know how you do it. Jack says I have my vintage machine sandboxed onto a separate VLAN because I can. Yeah, that would possibly be what I would do. I have a Cisco 2950 switch that I have no idea if it works or not. I salvaged it from scrap, so if it doesn't work, at least I can probably swipe a compact flash card from it. I think I got another switch, but I was going to use that to network my house. At some point, I'm going to run network wiring in my house. But it supports VLANs, and that Cisco switch would support VLANs. Mega says that Windows 95 NetBoot thing that was removed in OSR2 is cool, but also removed in OSR2. Next is, of course, during Marcintosh Global Talk, of course, I had a port forwarded from my router to my Mac 2FX running System 7.5. Christian says to Mega, PXE should do the trick. You do need a PXE ROM for your network card, though. Okay, now it looks like we're really making file copy progress. As opposed to before where we were making some progress. Now it looks like we're really making progress. It would, I suspect if I had more RAM that would work in this computer, then it would possibly go a little faster. The short version is these 4 sims are the only one I could find in all my sims that will actually work in this board. This board only likes single-sided sims. And they have to be fast page mode sims. It doesn't, every EDO single-sided sim I've tried doesn't work. So it needs them to be fast page mode single-sided sims. And they can't have any weird refresh modes. Because I have some 3K refresh memory, which I have no idea what that actually means. Of course, maybe that's actually EDO memory. But anyway, they didn't work in this system either. So yeah, these 4 megabyte fast page mode sims are the only memory I have that'll work in this board. I'm watching some memory on eBay to fix the problem. It just... before I buy the memory for this board, I was kind of first hoping I could confirm that this board is actually working 100%. That I can actually make a system with this board and controller cards and stuff that I have. And I was also going to see if somehow, some way I could like borrow memory like what I would buy just to make sure it would actually work before I buy it. Because that is how picky this board is about memory. So I don't know where I got these 4 sims. Actually, I think I just remembered where I got them. I think I got them at a System Source swap meet, now that I think about it. I can't remember if they were down in a bag that I bought from Ian for real cheap, or if they were in the box the seller had of sims, and I basically said, I'll buy all your 72-pin sims, because he had like a small handful. I think that's when I got them. For some reason, because they are HP memory, I want to say they were in a bunch of stuff I bought from Ian for cheap. And yes, that'd be Ian. That's one of the VCF volunteers, if you're wondering. Oh, happy to be watching, Ian. Hi. I might be using the memory of this board that I bought from you. Or not. It could be the memory I bought from the other vendor. I don't remember where it came from. But I think that's when it showed up in the basement, was after that trip. And we're now 58%. So I guess we get a little holding because we couldn't go super fast because Windows got to delay you somewhere. Because yeah, I've looked at the documentation for this board. This board supports, basically there are the sizes that are single-sided. So 4 megabytes 16 megabytes, 64 megabytes sims. I think it may also support 1 megabyte sims, but those are pretty hard to find these days. I don't know that very many 1 megabyte 72-pin sims were made, but this board supports them if you got them. This board does not support 2 megabytes, 8 megabytes, or 32 megabyte sims. They're not in the list, and I've tried multiple times using memory that is definitely fast page mode in those sizes that are not on the list, and they don't work. So I think I've pretty much concluded this board needs single-sided sims, which are the sizes that are in the list, and they have to be fast page mode, and they can't have weird refreshes. Yeah. Oh, and if you're wondering, by the fact that this board supports 64 megabyte sims, the maximum amount of RAM you can have is 128 megabytes, so you can have 2 of those 64 megabyte sims. It does not support 4. So to have the maximum amount of RAM that this board supports, you use 2 64 megabyte sims. Which would have been an incredible amount of RAM back in 93, 94. Is that when this board would have probably been on the market? I'm looking for date codes. Okay, it looks like this board was made in near the end of 94. So I guess in 95, yeah. 1995, you'd be buying this board. 128 megabytes would have been like a dream. Christian says, that's a lot of RAM for any geriatric system. Yeah. Can you imagine 128 megabytes in a system like this? Oh, but I've got a Pentium system that I have the 128 megabytes for it. Although, granted, that system actually could support 256 megabytes. But I wasn't really feeling like buying the Sims to do that. It does take it a little bit to run its memory check, but it at least is I think a 233 megahertz Pentium MMX. So we'll just say that motherboard is way less picky about the RAM it uses, and it was all very easy to find EDO RAM it liked, unlike this board that's very picky. Now, what I'd really like to do is I've got my eye on 4 128 megabyte Sims, because I have an industrial single board computer that can support up to 512 megabytes of RAM, and I would really like to see what you might be able to do with that. DOS 6.22 would be a waste. I can tell you that. In fact, actually, Windows 98 would not be a good choice for that much RAM, because that is actually above its maximum supported RAM amount. But yes, Windows 98 actually has a maximum amount of RAM it can support. In fact, 95 might have it too, but DOS 622 has a maximum amount of RAM it supports, but at least with DOS 622, if you're above the amount it supports, that you just can't use it. I think DOS 622's maximum is 64 megabytes. You just can't use anything above that. Windows 95, I have no idea what it does if you go above the maximum. But Windows 98, if you go above the maximum, then you'll corrupt your Windows install, basically. Jack says, wow, 128 megabytes. That's like 16th the RAM required to run one modern Electron app. Yeah, 1/16th. Yeah. A 16th of the RAM. I knew what you were referring to. Jason says at Google, my workstation had 256 gigabytes of RAM, and honestly, running a local build of Gmail, you actually needed it. I could believe it. I could believe it. All right, I am hoping this is getting done soon because I would like to see if this install is actually going to succeed. If this install does not succeed, then we may be continuing looking at this computer on Thursday. Because now I'm curious. Mega says Windows 98 2nd Edition Max is 512 megabytes, but I think the setup crashes with over 256. It's a little bit more nuanced than that, Mega. I think that is the maximum amount of RAM, but it is reduced by the amount of address space that your expansion cards use. So it's like 512 megabytes less the memory. Maybe it's not memory for expansion cards. It's 512 megabytes less the amount of VRAM you have, but caveats. It's like, so yes, there is a maximum amount of RAM it supports, but it's like more complicated to explain, but yeah, basically it's 512 megabytes. Ask me how I know that VRAM counts against it. Because I tried to install Windows 98 on a computer, and the first video card I tried, it was a video card that the chipset had Windows 98 drivers for, but it was like the 256 or 128 megabyte version of the card. And yeah, that did not work. And then I think I managed to get one of that card that had half as much RAM, VRAM. That still did not work. I think there's like, basically, if you've got more than like 32 megabytes of VRAM, or maybe it's 64 megabytes of VRAM, Windows 98 2nd Edition won't work correctly. It's like, I had a whole set of live streams where basically the punchline of them was that the video card I had, while the chipset was supported by the drivers for Windows 98, the amount of VRAM I had on the cards was not. Christian says, you mean it's actually possible to have old machines not go belly up every second week? Yeah. Jason says, one of the sad parts of retro PC building is that point when everything works and there's nothing to debug. Well, we're getting ready to run Windows for the first time. Okay, so I know VRAM. I know VRAM is not an issue. I know system RAM is not an issue in terms of we have too much of that. Maybe we have too much Trident in the system. Yeah, I'm getting tired, so of course I'm getting a bit snarky. All right, here we go. I think this is about to the point where we went belly up last time. So this is going to be the determining factor of what we look at Thursday. Because I'll move out the LTEs to another day. Because I would really like to get my sleeper 486 together. Granted, yes, I realize. Did they call it a sleeper 486 back then? No. I'm applying the current terminology to back then. But back then, did people upgrade their AT computer with a 486 board? You betcha. I worked at a computer shop. I upgraded boards of a number of old systems. If I really thought about what some of those old systems were that got upgraded, would I be a little bit sad? Yeah, probably. Because a couple of those systems probably were systems that people want nowadays unupgraded. But, I mean, this was the mid to late 90s, and parts were still expensive, so you upgraded piecemeal sometimes. It's what you could do. And it's not like your old 286 or 386 or even lower end 486 was worth a lot. It wasn't. In fact, as fast as technology was changing, it wasn't worth very much at all, because Windows was like, whoo, far surpassing it. It's like, yeah. So basically, I've got this case. I got it. It had a 486 board in it. It's just the 486 board that was in it was quirky. As has been every other 486 VESA local bus board I've seemingly bought. I'm noticing a trend here. Maybe it's actually VESA local bus that's quirky, not the motherboards. Jack says, Windows is loading its database of printers you don't own. Windows, don't make me plug in the printer that I do own. I will totally go find a parallel cable that makes you set this up correctly. You know, it just dawned on me, there's one other thing I probably should have done. I should have probably maybe pulled the sound card out of the computer until I had Windows installed. Because it is possible it's actually the sound card that's the problem. It just dawned on me. So yeah, I guess if this does work, then well, I won't feel the need to follow up more on it on Thursday. But if this doesn't work, well, I guess that gives us three things to try, basically. We can try them one at a time. We can try setup without the sound card installed. We can try setup with the bus speed set back to 25 megahertz so that we're not overclocking the Pentium processor. And we can try setup with a standard 16-bit controller card. I had three things I can fairly easily try. If I had a big enough one, I would add a fourth one, setup, but with a VESA local bus SCSI card. But I don't have a SCSI hard drive that's big enough to bother that actually works. That's the only problem with that thought. Because I'm pretty sure the VESA local bus SCSI card I have, I'm pretty sure it would work with Windows. Because I think it's one of the cards that the Windows boot disks usually scan for, so I'm pretty sure it would actually work. And I think SCSI on VESA local bus was a bit less quirky than IDE on VESA local bus. I mean, I was half joking, but I guess the fourth thing we could try on Thursday, if this doesn't work, we could try plugging a printer into the parallel port and seeing if that fixes setup. I mean, I was joking and not joking. I mean, I totally have an Epson Action Printer 5000 sitting over here for my first PC rebuild project, and I totally could pull that out and see if plugging that in would fix setup. I mean, I doubt that would do it, but that would be so funny if that actually fixed it. That would be hilarious. And not hilarious at the same time. Alright, we're detecting non-plug-and-play hardware. We did get this far last time. This may take a few minutes and may cause your computer to stop responding. Okay, if the progress indicator stops for a long time and there is no disk activity, please restart your computer. Alright. I mean, there is one other thing we could actually try on Thursday if this doesn't work. I do have another VESA local bus motherboard. It just doesn't support write back cache, which is why I'm not using it for this build. But if we thought it was actually this motherboard the whole time, I guess we could pull that out and see if Windows would install with that board, just to rule out it's not some quirk with this motherboard. So I guess there is 4 things we could try. The nice thing about that other motherboard is I have 32 megs of RAM for it. So I think I've got 32 megs of RAM for it. It uses 30-pin SIMs, so there's that. But and yes, I have thought about putting a Pentium system in the AT case, but I've kind of resisted doing that because although this power supply is marked 200 watts, am I really convinced that it's a full 200 watts? I'm on the fence about that. I thought a 486 was a good point between. I'm pretty sure that the current consumption of a 486 is within this power supply's capability, and I'd be afraid that the Pentium I'd want to put in the case is more than 200 watts that this power supply can supply. So that's why I've resisted putting a Pentium in it. Believe me, putting a Pentium in that case would simplify a bunch of things, but power supply compatibility is not one of them. I mean, I have also thought about putting a 386 in that case. But there lies the problem of the number of working 386 boards I have right now is 0. Thanks, PC Chips Lottery. And Varda batteries. Oh, wait, that's not exactly entirely true. Okay, the number of 386 motherboards I have that would actually go in that case is 0. I do have the Emerson Elite 386. It is a 386 system, but it's not an AT form factor motherboard. I mean, that computer does work, so it's not like I don't have any working 386s. It's just working AT style 386 motherboards. That's the one that's 0. And yeah, I'd actually even thought about putting an XT motherboard in that case, and because I've got a nice little Turbo XT clone motherboard, or I think it's a nice one. I had thought about putting that one in the case, but it's kind of one of those, well, then 200 watts is way more than enough. It's like 200-watt power supply told me that someone ran something upgraded in the case. Like, putting it, I'm not convinced that I'm thinking that was an AT clone of some sort back in the day, given it had a 200-watt power supply. Or possibly it was actually a 386 system, but because there's no branding on it, and I think the case badge fell off a long time ago and someone painted it. There's no telling what it is. I think I looked on the case and there's no markings on it to indicate what it might have been at some point. I think it was just a generic PC of some sort. Whether it was a 286 or a 386, I don't know. But when I bought it, it had a 486 board in it. Which is why I was kind of wanting to keep it a 486, even if it wasn't the same motherboard, because I thought that was an appropriate build for it. Because it was a 486 when I got it. It's just I want it to be a 486 that has right back cache support. So, yeah, I'm being a little picky, for sure. Okay, we should be about to the point where it's going to want to reboot again. Wait a minute. I don't remember it doing this last time around. I thought last time around it asked me to... Oh yeah, I definitely don't remember it doing this. And... oh. And for some reason, on my keyboard, I have caps lock, num lock, and scroll lock. Yeah, Christian says it borked itself before this last time. Yeah, I think my keyboard is... Oh, I really do not like the... My keyboard is acting up. Unfortunately, I didn't plug a mouse in because I'm not exactly sure where my serial mouse is gone. I think I'm going to have to... Alright. Jason says, could it be a bug related to ACPM, like it tries to go into suspend when it shouldn't? It could be. Okay, I really don't like to do what I'm about to do. Although it is so late, quite honestly, if I bork the install, we're done for the night. I really don't like unplugging keyboards while the system is on. Alright. Unfortunately, because the keyboard controller is soldered on this computer. Alright. I don't know if it was actually the keyboard or if the system locked up. Although, given the fact that I was trying to change the time zone when it did it, I'm thinking that maybe that was the keyboard. All right, let me find my other keyboard. We'll then see if the install is actually borked. Maybe I might manage to find a serial mouse. Okay. All right. Let me see if I can find where I put the keyboard. I think I moved it somewhere. Hold, please. All right. All right. I'm trying to spot what I did with the other AT keyboard that I have over here. Oh, there it is. Okay. It's actually a US English keyboard, so no more struggling with incorrect keycaps. All right. All right. Here we go. Let's see what it does. Yeah, the clock was running, but the keyboard had all three lights on and was non-responsive. So I think I was wondering if it was the keyboard. Because I find it odd to believe Windows was trying to detect more hardware while it was wanting me to set the clock. I'm hoping it might just pick back up with the install. Although this may trigger it may do another hardware scan if it thinks that it actually locked up during a hardware scan. All right. Ah, okay. Well, it would appear as if the install might be worked. All right. Well, looks like we will be continuing the look at this system on Thursday, and I guess we will try the things I thought of that I should have probably tried. We'll try the bus speed. We'll reduce that, see if that fixes it. Well, we may first try pulling the sound card and running an install without the sound card installed. Then we'll try the bus speed, see if that fixes it. And if that doesn't fix it, then we'll try another drive controller card. So those are the three things I can think of. And if none of those work, then maybe there actually is a problem with this motherboard. Oh, I guess the one other thing we can try. I have another one of these hard drives. We can also try the other hard drive in case there's something wrong with this hard drive. Anyways, several things we can try. I guess we'll pick up on this on Thursday, and I'll move the LTEs to, well, I guess next week. What's another couple days to get to putting the LTE elites back together. Anyways, so don't forget to smash that like button. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next live stream. The live stream currently scheduled for Thursday, I will move that so that if anyone was subscribing to that one because they wanted to watch LTE stuff, then it will notify them when I actually go live with the LTE stuff. I'll create a new one for the continuation of this. So keep an eye out for that. I will do that sometime tomorrow, or sometime later today, actually, looking at the clock. Anyways, yeah, don't forget to subscribe, turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. And thank you all for being here, hanging out, putting up with me, being cool in the chat, giving good suggestions. Looks like we've got some things to try, and hopefully we will get to the point where I can actually play Doom. But I guess that was not in the cards tonight. So with that, let me make sure I can end this stream because it is quite late and I am quite tired at this point. I would like to wish you all a great rest of your day. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.